a savior. Bleach me to dust, let darkness take this over. Unveil the sorry, death and strawberry. The bravest, the only will to believe. Calling me, the shrieking of loud ghost inside of me, hauntingly hypnotize me, chasing lights into the night through black and white. This blade might buy my soul. There's nothing I've left to lose. I owe this life to you. Lay me on the moon, the shadow, and bring this to closure. May this dream of our souls, the sun live on forever. Awaken in the rain if I'm destined to be a savior. Bleach me to dust, let darkness take this over. Unveil the sorry, death and strawberry. The bravest, the only will to believe. Calling me, the shrieking of loud ghost inside of me, hauntingly hypnotize me, chasing lights into the night through black and white. This blade might buy my soul. There's nothing I've left to lose. I owe this life to you.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to my HEMA mode tournament. So this tournament today is going to be a little bit different from what you're used to playing in Hellish Quart because we will be playing with the training mode. So as I discussed in the sort of blurb in the announcement, it's more like continuous fencing. So the dynamic of the fight is completely different from the regular mode. You don't get that reset and then you sort of readjust and fight. The fight goes on after the point is scored, after a little bit of a pause. My advice to you is more or less to play the same way you usually do, but be active and dynamic because you can lose points really quickly. You can also score points really quickly by the same token. And that's why we're playing the 30 points, because the rounds actually go by pretty quickly. So believe it or not, 30 points will not be overly long. Although it is double elimination, so you will get multiple chances. Just keep in mind that because we are doing 30 points, it'll only be one round. But it will be a nice long round where both fighters will get a chance to adjust. Now let's head to the bracket so that we can shuffle the participants. I know I said I would change the rules. I'll do it 4 times, by the way, on stream. I know I said I would change the rules if there was a round robin, but that is not relevant for today. Just win your fights. That's all you got to worry about. Since we're doing double elimination, we will start right here. We have Info against Oak. Actually, Info, I believe, joined last minute, so we have 10 instead of 9 people, which is nice. I'll be joining the commentator chat, then I'll let our fighters in, and we will get started. Okay, just one more thing as well. There is a potential for a bug to happen where a fighter might score an extra point because the reset does not trigger properly and the other fighter is able to keep moving. If that happens, that point just won't be counted, and then we will sort of continue the fight, and then we'll just play for the extra point. If that ever happens. It's pretty rare. You guys don't really have to worry about it that much. I will just have to pay close attention to what's going on and go from there. Let's use the competition calls. Okay, Oak on the left, Info on the right. How does Jakob work in HEMA mode? That's a good question. Maybe you'll be able to show us. I actually have no idea. I assume he has a model for each of his weapons. Maybe his small sword is a foil or something, because that is the training version of the small sword. For those who are not aware, small swords in real life are actually extremely rigid, as well as being extremely light. So although the foil doesn't look like much of a weapon, that's sort of the point. It's an extremely light approximation of the small sword that is actually safe to spar with. If you made it rigid like a small sword is in reality, then it would just skewer people like there's no tomorrow. But since you're simulating the real weight of the weapon and it's flexible, those two things result in what's essentially a very flexible antenna looking thing. Hopefully the sound is good, by the way. If anybody has issues with that, let me know. Should be able to hear me pretty clear. Yes, there's one more thing I had to do while we're getting into the game, and that's switching turning down the ambient sound, because the gym map, which is the map we'll be using, does have a little bit of ambient noise, which might be annoying to listen to. Audio. Yeah, we can lower this by a fair amount. I don't think it'll impact anything in the fight. We can keep sword effects and stuff the same. but we'll go with that. And see how it works. Still waiting for info to join. At least I didn't see a notification. There we go. Info's in now. And info needs only keyboard. Names should be set. No, they are not yet. I will do that. So like I said, Oak on the left, info on the right. Now, since we are using the training mode, it is quite possible I will accidentally press fight when we're supposed to press training in HEMA, just because of muscle memory, but hopefully I will not do that today. So you never did that for now, unless we really need it. We're not doing right of way or anything special. We're doing the regular double rules. So if you do get a double, nobody will get points. By the way, for those who are not aware, this isn't like a novel idea I came up with or anything. This is actually something that Venator started with way back in the community. So he used to host these HEMA tournaments, which were fantastic when he made his debut as a host. And it was actually Venator who inspired me to start hosting these. So yeah, Jakob works pretty much the same way he does in the Sharp. Don't worry too much about the FPS bug. I am watching the FPS numbers and they're really not fluctuating, so I think the game is just lying to us as it often does. So don't worry about that too much. It's funny that Kubold added that in, because I'm not seeing anything weird personally. But I think it triggers the moment there's any slight deviation, even if it's not enough to notice. So anyway, let's focus on the fight here and not strange Kuboldisms. You can see the saber is on the ground, so it looks like something that people who are fighting with Jakob will need to keep in mind is that if you drop that saber, you have dropped the saber for the whole match, which is an interesting finding for Info. Info uses the small sword, so that's not a big deal. But if you want to use that saber and you accidentally drop it, that's it. You have lost that saber for this entire 30-round fight. So far, both fighters playing it quite tactically, I would say. Oak is mysteriously not moving. I think he just was limping or something, I don't know. But he goes in. And that was not a double pointer. It looked like it could have been for a moment, but it was not, so all is good. Yeah, if you just pulled out a saber again, that would be hilarious, but yeah. There's a thrust by Info. It actually is a fight, believe it or not. You would think Yazuk would dominate this matchup, and I would say that typically is the case, but Info is being a bit of a dark horse here. And those hits seem to be really stunning Oak, too, it has to be said. Nice punch by Info. A jab. Back Y. I don't know what's going on. Oak mysteriously unable to move for a moment, but there you go, he does go in. I'll bring up Discord on my phone too, so I can easily see what people are saying over there. But I'll be primarily watching the YouTube chat, so if you wanna chat and you want me to see it, that will be the primary method. There's a hit by Oak. Yeah, so now Oak is starting to take control. But Info is still making it a fight with a nice dash in. Oak does not want to let this fight get away from him. We've seen crazy comebacks in HEMA mode before. One problem with the mode is that the player is used to pressing escape to skip kill animation. It's not really a problem, it's just something you gotta keep in mind, that you don't want to press pause in the middle of the points. Yeah, but we've done this before, like I said, Venator's done this for the longest time, and it never has been a big problem, so... Nice dash in, but not quite a kill there for Info. And that's the problem, Jakob can land these hits, but a lot of the time they're just not going to score because of his low accuracy. So he might get a hit, but it counts as a graze, is often what happens. This is still a fight. Oak just going in as you should with the saber. And there's another hit for Oak. Oak coming in with some more cuts. A little bit out of measure as Info does try to catch it with the Incortada, but just doesn't have the blade contact or the structure, I don't think. I think the blade is too light in this game to properly block that saber. It can sometimes do it, but you can see how much that small sword is just wobbling after each hit. It's kind of nasty. And the hand is still a valid target. There's not a lot of hand protection there, so... Info's trying to bring the fight back to Oak, but you can see Oak is expanding this lead, which you really do not like to see if you're the one fighting Oak. That was a hit to the leg, but Oak is tired now. Surely Info can close this, but Info doesn't want to overextend. There's a flag. I have to say, I do not envy Info having to use their small sword the whole time, now that it's been dropped. That was really, really cool to see that finding. I'm not surprised that's how it works, but... it's worthy of note for people who use Jakob. There's a hit to the head. And there's a thrust there. You know, we've seen surprising comebacks in the HEMA mode before, so Info might have some surprises in store for us yet, but it's not looking good. Not looking good at all. Nice sidesteps there. I mean, and Venator's talked about this before. Often in this type of a mode, you want to get some type of headway by halfway in the fight. If you have not managed to do so, it's not looking good for you at all. Especially against somebody as good as Oak and in such a matchup as this. Nice retreat thrust though. Info, props to her for even landing some of these in this matchup. But Oak is able to close the distance. Good hit to the head. Yeah, those cuts actually extend pretty far out, and Jakob does not seem to have a way to block them with the small sword. Not super easily, anyway. I don't want to say he can't block them. I'm sure there's angles where he can, but it's just the small sword is so easy to knock aside that it's... the guard is pretty trivial. So Oak needs one more. He's definitely going to put his foot on the gas pedal. There's really no reason not to at this point. And there it is. Oak does take it. Info did her best. And certainly early on it was looking like a fight, but Oak adapted to the weapon. And it was a pretty clean sweep for Oak. But you are not done yet, Info. You still have the loser's bracket to fight in. Okay, 30-8. Not that the score matters that much in double elimination, but I'm still gonna try and post the actual scores. We're not playing for points so much as we're playing for wins, obviously, given the format. Grid Square against Apostle now. In round one, then round one will actually conclude with that. Yeah, it's double elimination. Good question, Grid Square. I know there was some confusion about what rules we're going to use and whatnot. But because it's double elimination, we're just going to go with whoever wins. I don't know if this is smaller than the small void map we use, actually. This might actually be bigger than that. But that is a good question about how arena size changes things for Jakob. Rapiers have historically done pretty well in the HEMA tournaments, though, so I definitely would not rule those sorts of weapons out necessarily. It's just the small sword in this game right now is not that great of a weapon, so I'd say it's more about that, less about range and sort of zoning being a bad idea, because it is actually a good idea in this mode. We've even seen rapiers sit in the corner sometimes and get a surprising amount of flags off people who thought they could just close them down. Okay, Grid Square on the left. and Apostle on the right. If anybody needs keyboard, give me a ping. I think Grid Square does, come to think of it, so I'll give you keyboard. Just click the screen if it's... Yeah, I don't think it is smaller, the gym map. At least in the smaller void. The big void is 100% bigger, but yeah, the big void goes on for a long time, but this void map here is pretty small. But not overly so. It's good for competition, obviously. Okay, we got a saber fight this time. Nice so far, we didn't have to exit this screen. We just went straight to the fight. Grid Square going with Samuel, and Apostle going with Hassan. I was about to say Laszlo, but no, that's definitely Hassan. You can tell by the type of sword, and you can tell by the way he's moving. Hassan is a very brave pick against Samuel, but so far it is a fight. Bit of an exchange here, but Grid Square does get that second flag. Countercut by both of them. They trade a little bit, but nobody actually got hit. And there's a nice double. Good saber fight so far. Nice. Little false edge cut to the left arm there. Does actually score. Aiming for Hassan's openings, which is a good idea. But there we go. Apostle getting a nice hit to the head. Like I said, Hassan's brave, and I say that because Hassan is usually not considered a great character, but Apostle is probably the best Hassan player on the server right now. So if anybody can make this matchup work, it's definitely Apostle. Nice sidestep there to the body. And there we go, another hit to the body as Apostle tries to dash, and that's a double. And there's a hit to the arm, it looks like there. Grid Square starting to get a little bit of an advantage, but it's still not clear. And there's a hit for Apostle. And this can quickly turn around, especially if Apostle finds ways to punish. And I have to say, Apostle is using some really advanced moves here with Hassan, and actually making them land. So credit to him, like the back A cut that he did, there was a little bit of a feint, and that thrust to the arm there. Very, very nice. And yeah, just a lot nicer without the ambient noise for sure. In fact, I'm not even hearing it. I completely turned it off by cutting it in half, apparently, which is interesting. But that's fine. We don't need it. It's completely unnecessary. The way Kubel handled the audio is kind of bizarre, though, it has to be said. They both are getting a little bit tired after a long exchange. Nobody's actually scored, though, despite that big hit. And then a stab to the body, but it's not enough. The hit to the head is actually the one that scores, which is interesting. Damage, by the way, is pretty much the same as the regular mode, so there isn't really a real difference between the two in that regard. It's more about the pace of the fight. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, that's why it's tough to get the settings precisely the way you want them without, like, eliminating something completely. But, you know, if you play with it enough, you can find ideal settings if you want to hear the ambient noise, too. I don't think it's that important, especially for competitions, so I'm happy to just leave it off. I see. Yeah, that might well be the case, Sin. I'm in no way knowledgeable on this stuff, so if anybody knows anything, then feel free to give your input. Nice dash in there. Grid Square starting to take control. Apostle trying to get aggressive with Hassan, and it's so far resulting in doubles. But it's better than just getting points scored against you, I suppose. And there you go, that was a nice hit for Apostle, it looks like. But a back wide to the hand. The hand for Hassan, very exposed. That's actually why he tucks it back, because it's such an exposed target. But it does mean if you don't manage your distance well, you can get punished very quickly. Nice feint there, but not quite a kill. Nice hit all the same. Could pay dividends later, and that trait indeed does favor Grid Square as a result. And nice sidestep by Apostle. Instantly, I'm seeing like a lot of people in this mode are more aggressive than they perhaps might be in the regular mode. That's one of the nice things about it. Because they know if they get a point scored against them, it's still game on, right? And it might not always be the right move per se, but it's a good way to keep your foot on the gas pedal, your opponent on the back foot. Which in some situations is exactly what you want. Other times, though, it might lead to you being punished really quickly, one after the other. But I have to say, Apostle is mounting a little bit of a comeback with this aggression. It wasn't looking so good for him earlier, but if he can get a few good shots in, suddenly it could be 15-15. A nice try there, aiming at the hand with the lunge. And that stab was a little bit out of measure. He stabbed upward past his opponent. Just wasn't quite close enough to make it work there, but nice try. It would have been a great hit if it landed. And the idea, like, I definitely see the vision behind it. It's just the spacing was not there. Good parry riposte there, and Grid Square scores another. Grid Square trying to stay solid, not wanting to make it messy. With Samuel, you really don't want to brawl with a character like Hassan too much. You want to just get clean hits, especially to the extremities. Nice dash, avoiding the thrust there, but he was tired as a result of that. Nice pressure, though, by Apostle. People being more aggressive in this mode than Sharp? I think to an extent, yes. People are braver in gear than they would be outside of gear. It's easy to take risks that you would not take if you know your life's not actually on the line. But then again, in real fights, sometimes people are aggressive too, so, you know, you always gotta add caveats like that. And yeah, but... As a general rule, though, I would say when life is not on the line, people are more willing to get in there and exchange. There might be more... there might be more cases where people are circling each other, sort of poking and prodding and not going all in. That's what I was getting at. Because if you watch even professional like MMA and stuff like that, it's pretty rare that a fighter will go all out from the start. They'll spend some time sort of feeling the opponent out and not overcommitting. And I think the same in a lot of cases was true in real sword fights. There are times where you do go all out right away in MMA, and that's usually if you just want to end the fight early. If you're not looking to end the fight early, it's a waste of energy. And it's a high risk, high reward at best. If that. But this fight's looking pretty close, going back to the match in front of us here. As far as doubles, I think doubles happen in both pretty frequently, though. And often, obviously, in sharp fights to the death, the doubles are not on purpose most of the time, but they do still happen just organically sometimes. Especially rapier fights, we get lots of accounts of that happening, but it happens with all sorts of different weapons. Okay, the pressure is on from Apostle. Nice kick, though. Apostle very much behind in points now, despite his attempts. That was a good try with the Void there to hit the hand. Nice false edge cut attempt. Stab attempt got punished, but not quite a kill just yet. Big slash there. And nice stab. As the opponent walked into it, it felt long guard. Sidestep attempt and the retreat X. Very clean by Grid Square, but a good try by Apostle. I think the matchup was really what kind of did him in there, but it was a good try. Okay, we've got Venator against Synth now. Which I'm really excited about. Synth, by the way, some people might have noticed that she was struggling on some computers because of the graphics and stuff being a little overclocked for her machine, but we got that working. So I'm really excited to see how Synth will fare in this mode. Venator obviously being a veteran of the mode. Synth not so much, but Synth has proven time and time again to be one of the best Isabellas and one of the best Samuels, so this fight will be a grindy one and a tough one for both of them. And honestly, I could see it going either way. I think Venator's obviously the favorite. I don't think that's a secret, given that he's consistently at the top of the rankings, but Synth has historically given him a lot of problems, so if Synth wins this one, I will not be surprised by any means. We got Landsknecht against Cuban after this, which will be exciting. Cuban being a new player, recent addition to the server. Love to see what he can do. Hopefully Synth is able to select. Click the screen if it's not working. Oh, Synth is deciding between Samuel and Isabella. I see. Goes with Jan. Actually, Venator plays a lot of Jan, so that's not surprising at all. That is one of his mains. And Synth going with Samuel in the end, so we're getting another saber fight. Not a lot of Isabella this time. Isabella is often a HEMA favorite, but not this time so far. Venator plays a really technical Jan. He doesn't overextend himself. He plays for counterattacks. He loves harassing you from range, as you should with Jan. And so it'll be very tough for Synth, I think, to land punishes a lot of the time. That was a really precise one to the hand, the A cut, but nevertheless, I think it will be difficult. Some lag, it looks like, but we'll see if it wears off. Nothing has been changed, no. Okay. So Synth needs a moment to disable some stuff, it looks like. Yeah, sorry, I haven't changed anything at all, so... Oh. Somebody... I don't know what that is, but... Somebody turned something on. I don't know what this time scale thing is. Whatever, we'll focus on the fight. Somebody turned time scale on. I think it was Synth by accident, but... Anyway. We'll figure it out after this fight. I don't want to mess with it now while they're in the middle of fighting. Synth with the repeated stabs there. That's a pretty classic tactic with Samuel. And it's actually a pretty even fight so far. Venator with the YY. It actually does bypass the guard. As we well know, it can do that. If you're close enough. So nicely done by Venator. And by the way, I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm a pretty vocal opponent of that combo in general. But if it's in the game, you gotta use it. And there's other characters who have similar stuff. So it's not like it's a unique thing to Jan and Barabash. There's a lot of... In the history of the game, there's been lots of stuff like this, and there still is, so... Those sort of guard breaking or bypassing moves. So it's just up to you to figure out what works and what doesn't, and there are ways to counter it too. It's not by any means difficult to counter if you're prepared, so... It's a matter of reading the opponent. Do you think your opponent's trying to apply pressure or not. If so, be prepared for the YY and be prepared to counter it. That hand is a ripe target if you throw it too much, so... But I would say Venator's not throwing it too much, he's throwing it at the opportune time. And there we go, there's another one. Nicely done again. Venator's doing a great job with Yon. Nothing I said about the YY stuff changes anything I said about his skill. He is possibly the best player in Hellish Quart history. He would tell me he's not, but I think he's in the conversation. Venator would say Warden, who also should be in the conversation, if you ask me. But I don't know, I think Venator's a pretty tough cookie. And there we go, it's 9-9. This has been back and forth pretty much this whole time. Bit of a brawl, but that's what we like to see. Nice wide cuts there by Venator. Also punishing the fact that Synth was going for some type of lunge. So again, great timing on Venator's part. Even a regular cut would have done the same thing. Nice. Synth still making it a fight, but Venator in the midpoint of the fight is starting to get a bit of a lead, which could prove decisive. This is, like Venator said, often the decisive point of the fight. Obviously, it is possible to come back later, but it becomes that much more difficult if you fail to do so now. So this is a very psychological moment in the fight when you're doing 30 points. Venator staying solid, then he goes in, and there we go, perfect example of punishing the YY. Excellent by him sidestepping and catching the blade manually to block it. No problem, and hit the head. Stab attempt. This time though, Venator going bananas, and he does get the flag. There's another one for Venator. He actually does win the trade, as Yon often does because of the HP. So that is an advantage that he has, a slight one, but still an advantage over Samuel. And Venator is leading into that really well, making good use of the guard-breaking moves. Corkscrew is another one that can do that, but you have to place it well. It's very high risk, high reward, but Venator's sure making it work here. Good lunge there. And another exchange, no hits there for either one, but I see that Venator's going for the deep targets, trying to get a decisive blow in, and there we go, the stab lands to the body. YY, there we go, Venator just going nuts, but he goes nuts at just the right time. And that's what I mean about people being more aggressive than usual. Because Venator knows about this mode, you can see he's a little bit more aggressive than he probably usually is. He's trying more stuff. And I love to see that in this game. Nice! Parried with the sidestep. Beautiful by Venator. Then he follows it up for the kill. Well, I say kill, but you know what I mean. Nice. Parries the corkscrew there with a blade beat and then follows it up. Venator a little off-center after that interaction, but that's what happens. The corkscrew does not have... Well, it does have tracking, but if you miss it for some reason, you can be off-center. But sidestepping the corkscrew still is a very, very bad idea. Most of the time, I'll say like 9.5 times out of 10, you'll be hit. And even if you're not hit, you know, you probably get grazed or something. Even if it's not the full damage. Nice there by Venator. Retreat attack, hitting the hand, tries it again. This time no hand hit, but he does blade beat. And there's a double. Good exchange between these two. Corkscrew nicely placed by Venator right in the middle of that exchange. He sort of interposed his blade at just the right moment when his opponent was not ready to block or to long guard. And I think his synth was moving as well, so that didn't help. And Venator going for that same sidestep parry, but that is the risk. Sometimes you are a little bit too slow when you try that. Pretty big point deficit here for Synth. But a really precise counter. It's still not over. We've seen crazier things before. I would not rule Synth out just yet, but it is not looking good as Venator's the one with his foot on the gas pedal. And there's one for Venator. Yana's ability to just pressure you with all sorts of different attacks is on full display here. And even against Samuel's guard, that is very difficult to deal with. Going for a chop. Venator not trying to give away flags, which I really appreciate because it's so easy to do. But in this case, he does not do that. He knows full well what can happen in this mode, so he's doing everything he can to avoid that. There we go. I turned off whatever that was by the time. I took a screenshot as well, but of Venator's victory, but that was unintentional. I was just looking for the button for that. Okay, Venator does take it. Good pressure by him, but also doing a great job of not just giving up points like that. So 30-19, it looks like. Now we have Lange Connect against Cuban, which I'm excited to see. Hopefully the lag wasn't too bad, Synth. I'm really sorry to hear that there was some, but you fought pretty well considering. Yeah, the thrust spam. I mean, fair enough. It's a similar idea, right? Because thrusts do bypass the auto guard, right? So that's something worth remembering is that the YY is far from unique. Thrusts are actually designed to bypass auto guard too. So that is the game we play. So well done, Venator. And he did the right thing overall. He was applying tons of pressure the whole time. And that's what this mode is about. It's about doing that while not giving your opponent free points, which is a tough balance to strike, but I think Venator struck it perfectly. Okay, they are both here. And it looks like Landsknecht will take the left side, Cuban will be on the right. And I believe Landsknecht needs keyboard, which he has. If Cuban, you need keyboard, let me know. Oh, somebody went back. Yeah, make sure you don't press the back button. There we go. Cuban has controller, it looks like, which is fine. Jakob, okay. It's an interesting pick there. And Cuban went with Marie. Going for the small sword right away. Okay, this will be interesting. Instantly, you can see the size difference between these weapons is pretty astronomical. The small sword is like a small toothpick compared to that rapier. But I guess in theory, it might work better up close, but we'll see. In practice, I'm not sure that's actually the case in this game. Really, the biggest benefit of the small sword in real life was just that it was easy to carry. It's especially not a military weapon for the most part, and even in a duel, or a one-on-one fight, I should say, I'd rather take the saber. Or a longsword. Maybe he's trying to take it easy on the newbie, though. The small sword, I think, is outmatched here, but That's what Popcorn suggested. Maybe that's the case. I'm not going to make any assumptions either way, but it could well be the case. Nice double. A lot of retreating there by Landsknecht. There's a hit. Oh goodness, yeah. Small sword against rapier. I was talking about how saber probably beats small sword, but I think rapier is even worse for the small sword. Because you're just at a reach disadvantage and a weight disadvantage. And although the small sword is light and nimble, I'd say the rapier, because it's weighted towards the hand and it's a long lever, the tip is surprisingly fast and nimble itself. So you might sacrifice a bit of speed, but I don't think you sacrifice enough that it would actually be that much of a disadvantage. And the thing with the rapier is you can cut with it as well. It might not be great at cutting. Most rapiers are, that we think of anyway, are bad at cutting. But they're more than capable of delivering cuts that can cause you a lot of pain. And if they hit the right target, they can still be pretty crippling. So up close, that's actually an advantage the rapier has over the small sword. And you cannot cut with it at all, the small sword in this game, nor should you, because it's a triangular cross-section. It's literally not possible. It does not have an edge as such. Certainly not an edge you can cut with. Yeah, in real life especially, the small sword you can deny contact really well, but in this game I don't think you can do that super well. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't play Jakob a lot, but I don't know, it just feels like it's really easy to hit the blade. Nice. Cuban trying to get aggressive here with Marie. Does get some hits, but not quite a kill. But there we go. Good aggression up close there with the dash, catching the small sword. And there's another hit to the arm. Nice dash. Good hit to the head. Nice hit to the arm there. And a triangle, nicely done by Cuban. Cuban's still making this a fight here, despite being down. I think Landsknecht's experience is showing, even though he's not super experienced with the small sword. This is a little bit of a weird pick for him, but I think just the fundamentals of the game are allowing him to get an advantage on the opponent. He just has a better command of the spacing, which with any weapon is going to be a huge advantage. And he's getting just close enough to make Cuban uncomfortable too. So credit where credit's due to Landsknecht. He is definitely not making it easy on his opponent. And there's a hit to the hand. And there's another one actually. Cuban starting to score some points back. Landsknecht will have to be a little bit careful. I say that, but he just goes in with the aggression, which we've seen actually can work pretty well. There's a hit for Cuban though. Nice hit to the arm. And Cuban is starting to come back. And a grab attempt. Nice triangle. And another hit by Cuban. Cuban is getting some really nice hits here with the rapier. He's starting to lock in, starting to figure his opponent out and come alive a little bit. Bit of blade away taunting by Cuban, but there's a hit by Landsknecht. Cuban still has to be careful. Don't want to taunt too much. I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to draw Landsknecht in, and it's actually working pretty well. But if Landsknecht figures you out, it will not end well. Nice. Stab to the head there. And another hit. Cuban actually has the lead, and this is the first time in this tournament we've seen a real comeback like this, where an opponent might just have the opportunity to take the win away. Which, regardless of character pick, I think that's a pretty huge accomplishment against Landsknecht for his debut. So credit where credit's due to Cuban, but Landsknecht's not going to give him this win for free. He is going to keep fighting. And it's messy, but you can see I actually think the rapier is more responsive than the small sword as well. So even in these situations, the longer weapon is actually working better. But there we go, hit to the head there after the dash. I will say, some of Jakob's moves actually do look really nice, and I think with some tweaking, they would be very effective attacks, but right now it's really hard to make them work. Actually, Landsknecht got that point, which is a little bit surprising, but that's the game we play. It nevertheless was a hit to the hand, so that does make sense. There's a hit there by Cuban. Another hit by a Cuban. This time not a point, but we're actually going down to the wire. This is going to be a really close one. There's a nice dash by Cuban, coming back alive again. Which, when you're up points, can actually be a huge advantage. If you're the one commanding the distance and you have initiative on your side, it might well pay off. Ooh, a little bit tired, but he does get the retreat thrust in. Landsknecht trying to draw him in a little bit. Two grazes there, wasn't quite close enough to hit the point. There's another hit, not quite able to hit for full damage because they're both too close. It's really messy, but the graze there with the rapier does eventually get the point there for Cuban. Nice back and forth. Cuban still able to force that blade in. Nice push. You cannot grab in HEMA mode. That's probably something I should have mentioned, especially for the new guy, is that you actually cannot land grapple kills in the HEMA mode. So do not even bother trying to grab. There's no lethal attacks in the HEMA mode, so grabbing is a no-go. You'll get the grab animation, so you'll be able to reset, but you will not actually get the kill off of it. So it's not worth the risk, in my opinion, to go for it. Pushes work, though. You can push. Cuban still gets it, though. Nicely done. Very, very close fight, but Cuban gets it in the end. And it looks like it was 30 to 27. Alright, and now I'll be fighting against Oak. So let's get Oak back in here. And I believe after Radzig against Grid Square after this, we will be heading down to the loser's bracket, and that's where elimination will be on the line. So Cuban, just a reminder that you are not eliminated, you're just in the loser's bracket. You still do have a chance to make your way back up. And this will actually be my debut in the tournament. A lot of pressure. We're always fighting Oak and I, and it's always a close fight. So I'm really excited for this one. Let's see if Oak is around. If Oak is not around, we can still do Radzig against Gridsquare. Okay, still waiting for oak. There we are. Alright, oak, take the right side. I'll click the window if it's not working. Maybe we'll try this. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my main. I'm not gonna reinvent the wheel this time. Let's see what happens. Good luck. That was an incredible fight. Good fight, Oak. Man, I thought you had me like midway through the fight there when you had that lead. I had to lock in so much to get that lead back. That's what I love about the HEMA mode, though. It's just your brain has to be at 100% the whole time. You can't relax. It's not like, oh, I score a flag here, now I can relax, sort of think. It's like, no, we're back in the fight right away. And there were some incredible exchanges there. I had to attack the legs a few times there with that neutral B, which I don't usually use, but it turns out against Yazuk, if I find just the right opening to hit that leg, it's actually a great move. Usually off of a parry, so I would not throw that naked, of course, because Oak will obviously hit me in the head. But if I deal with his blade first and I go for the leg right after, it seems like a decent idea. What was the actual score? I was not super focused on the precise score, I just focused on winning. I knew I was ahead. 30 to 27 for me, but that was a fantastic fight. I hope Oak enjoyed it as much as I did. And I'll have an equally as difficult opponent coming up relatively shortly, but we will have some losers bracket fights to do first after we do Radzik against Grid Square. But I will be fighting Venator after this, so that will be exciting. Okay, somebody was trying to join. For some reason, they're not showing up now. But I'll ping them both so they're aware. Let's get the both of them in here. Yeah, that was a great saber fight, though, and I think it showed the advantages of this mode beautifully. And you know, I didn't overthink it too much. I sort of just played it the way I usually do, just with a little bit more aggression, and it worked perfectly, so. Because you don't want to just let your opponent hit you for free in this mode either. Even though you can get away with more aggression. Grid Square having issues with their connection allegedly, but he's here now. That's what Parset's telling me anyway, but it looks like you're in, so let's hope that remains the case. Sometimes you just gotta rejoin and it's all fixed, so, you know, weird stuff can happen like that. Grid Square will be on the right. Might see a Samuel again from Grid Square. He's been doing great with Samuel. He does have Isabella available as well if he ever so chooses, but given the nature of this tournament, you don't really get an option to switch once you've made your choice. It's sort of that's it for the entire round, but you get the ability to adapt during the round because of how long it is, so that's kind of the beauty of this mode. Okay, that's a Marta. We don't see Marta very often lately, although I do think she is often disrespected. She is a great character, especially for fighting other weapons with the rapier. She's really good at that. We got a double. And there's a flag there for Samuel there, Grid Square. Grid Square gets another one. Grid Square has been really sharp lately in every event he's competed in. Big slashes there. Back Y, trying to beat the rapier down. Bunch of attacks there by Radzik. Somehow the guard. What? Oh my god. Marta was tired even. And the bull guard, the hand protection, I guess, somehow came in clutch. I'm not even sure. I would have to play it back. It could have just been unlucky there. But that was very interesting. Because usually when you're tired, you're just in trouble. But yeah, Marta's very good at these counterattacks, so Although Grid Square absolutely wants to close in on the rapier, it might actually prove quite difficult. Especially if the Marta player is very precise with those thrusts. It might prove really difficult. And she's not like Marie, where she lunges a lot. She actually doesn't very lunge at all, save for maybe a couple attacks. So it might actually be very difficult to get Marta to overextend as well. It's certainly not impossible, but her style is revolved around precisely not doing that, and instead circling around the opponent. So that's the whole point of this Dreza. I'm not a rapier guy myself, so I'm not an expert, but I do know the circular footwork and the nimble point work very much characterizes the Spanish way of using the rapier. But there's a nice hit by Grid Square. But another one by Radzik. We might see a back and forth just like the previous fight. A lot of twists and turns are possible. Nice hit. And a double. But Grid Square is a little bit ahead now. Not so much now, just 1 point difference, so it really can go either way at this point. It will be up to either of them to get a decisive advantage if they want to guarantee a win. But even there, we've seen comebacks before. So that's what I mean about this mode. You have to be in the zone the whole time. Otherwise, crazy comebacks are possible. There's really no break in the fight until the fight's over. Even the little pause you get after the point isn't that long. And so far I haven't seen any weird bugs or anything, so that's good. Obviously it is a bit of a risk with this mode, but so far it's all been good. If it ever happens and I notice it, or you guys notice it, we'll play it back and we will just have you guys do a rematch for that flag. That's all we'll do. It'll be pretty straightforward. But it's only if we get like double points or something like that. It's not super common. In fact, Kupal might have even fixed it with some of his tweaks. Who knows? But last time I played this mode, it was possible. So just good to be prepared if that ever does happen. The game should stop you from doing it though. So if it's working properly, you won't run into that problem. Even if it looks like you're hitting in the middle of the recovery phase. Or reset phase, I should say. Nice hit to the hand as Grid Square tries to go for a cut. But that's immediately shut down. But Grid Square gets a hit of his own. Nice low cut there. Nice sidestep. Marta's accuracy is really, really good. I'm glad to see Radzik is putting on a good showing for her because I really dislike all this disrespect that's being thrown Marta's way lately. She is 100% a fantastic character in this game. I'm not saying she's S tier or anything like that. She's not crazy, but she is absolutely a viable character. And there are some matchups that she does dominate pretty well. I wouldn't say this is one of them actually, but certainly Radzik's doing a great job of making it difficult for Grid Square. Nice counter cut. Thrust attempt is parried. Nice. Ooh, thrust attempt by both of them, but again, that lateral movement that Marta is capable of is really dangerous to fight against, and those sidesteps can stop you immediately. You use the correct moves of Marta, you will absolutely destroy your opponent if they are careless. But Grid Square is still determined. There's a flag for Grid Square. Nice retreat there. Grid Square did try to go for that lunge, but it was parried. So nice recovery on the retreat. Able to still get the kill in the end. Good lateral movement, but it can put you in danger as well of being hit. So you have to be a little bit careful with Marta sometimes. By opening up an angle, you're also opening angles for your opponent. So it's up to you to address those threats as you move left or right. And Grid Square is starting to make a bit of a comeback. This match is starting to slip away from Radzik a little bit. Nothing is by any means decided yet, though. Radzik just confidently walks forward, but eventually pays for it there. Getting a little bit too close, perhaps, but I do see the vision there. Probably looking for a punch or something. Which Marta does have some pretty devastating combos after the push, or the punch, so. There are some other tricks you can use with Marta, too, that I'm not seeing being used, but I'm not going to mention them right now, because that could change the nature of the fight. For now, it's up to Radzik to figure this matchup out. And it's actually, I was going to say it's equal. It's still pretty close to equal, but Grid Square did manage to get an advantage again. This fight has been going back and forth. Both fighters have had the advantage at different points in the fight. Bit of a trade there, not favoring anybody in particular, but Radzik is keeping distance. Trying to keep it clean. And use the range of the weapon to his advantage. Nice exchange there. The blade does get beat, but if you're far enough away, it doesn't much matter. Marta does a good job of recovering from those. And there we go, sidestep thrust to the face. Nice, pushing out of the feint there and keeps going. The feint, I do see what he was going for there, but it's a little bit too slow. I do call it a feint. I don't think it's technically a feinting move as such, obviously, but it is a move that can threaten, especially a Rapier's auto guard. But Radzik with some back-to-back flags as Grid Square is perhaps being a little bit too reckless, but I do understand why. He's trying to close down that weapon because the longer he spends in the Rapier's range, the more he's going to get picked off like this, so. It's a matter of finding a safe way in, but Radzik's doing a good job with those pushes as well, proving they are quite viable in this state of the game still. They're just really risky. But perhaps less so in HEMA, where you're able to make the fight messier because of the nature and the dynamic of the fight, so to speak. So you might see a bit more pushing than you might be used to. But so far, I haven't seen excessive levels or anything like that. If you tried to push all the time, you'd be punished pretty quickly, but it's definitely shown up a little bit more. You wouldn't usually see this in Sharp. There are situations where people have done it in Sharp, but it's not as common. For obvious reasons. And a bit of an exchange there, but Grid Square does get it in the end, managing to close the Rapier down. But there's a stab to the face. And Radzik now needs 2 more. There's a push attempt, but perfect recovery off of the push. That's the danger, of course, is that you can retreat out of the push and get out of it. And get hit in the head. But there's a hit right back from Radzik, so they've both sustained damage. There's another hit, not quite a kill just yet. They've both sustained quite a bit of damage. A double might just be on the horizon for this flag. But there we go, stays composed, and then a sidestep. And there we go, finishes it 30-32. Radzik takes it, but a good fight from both of them. And a great debut for Marta as well. Glad to see Marta being afforded the respect that she actually deserves. Now we've got Landsknecht against Info. We are in the losers bracket now, so elimination is on the line. And then we have Synth against Apostle right after that. And then the winner of Landsknecht versus Info will fight Grid Square, and the winner of Synth against Apostle will fight Oak. So there's some tough competition even in this losers bracket. And I have to give Cuban credit for getting to round 3 after making his first debut in a tournament. He's definitely in a great spot at the moment to get a good result in this event, regardless of what happens with his fight against Radzig. And that might actually be a rapier duel itself, so we'll see. Okay, Landsknecht is here. We're just waiting for Info. If Info doesn't show up, we'll do Synth against Apostle, but just a reminder to fighters that your fight will be counted as a loss if you don't show up within a reasonable period of time. So, like, we can do some fights if Info doesn't show up. Without saying anything, of course, if Info mentions something that's different. But if it takes too long, then we'll start having to move on anyway. Just so people are aware. It's just to keep things moving along. Give Info 30 seconds, and we'll come back if we need to. But we'll move straight to Synth against Apostle just to keep things moving. If we need to. Oh, there's a ping. She's being called. Okay. Well, she's joining right now, so looks like she's around. At least now she is. Landsknecht will take the left, Info on the right. Jakob by both of them. What happened? Oh, he wants Tarnovsky. Okay, so there's a bug sometimes where it goes straight down to Jakob. I hope Landsknecht didn't feel he had to select Jakob because of that earlier. You absolutely were able to select Tarnovsky if you wanted to. You just had to be quick. Marina. That's interesting. I thought Info selected Jakob, but I guess we're rolling with Marina. Maybe that was a mistake as well. What's going on? Okay, they're both good to go. I guess they're just taunting. Good exchange so far. Nobody overextending. They're just sort of feeling each other out. But then Landsknecht moves into that cut. Bit of an overextension there with the thrust, but it was not quite punished in time. Hit attempt there. Landsknecht attacking the shield side there, so it doesn't quite land. Nice push, and then an A cut. Really smart follow-up. That is one way to overcome the shield. Landsknecht whiffing a little bit too much there, throwing too many attacks, and Info punishes it right away. Nice hit. But Landsknecht makes it messy there, and that's what you do with Tarna, especially against a character like Marina, who does not like taking hits. There's another one. Landsknecht getting flag after flag, exerting a lot of pressure, but you gotta be a little bit careful. If you do overthrow attacks like that, the lead can be taken away from you, but it is a legitimate way in this mode to get an advantage. So if it pays off, it'll pay off really well. The thrust perhaps a bit of a mistake, but I like that Landsknecht keeps going with those cuts. Even Marina's shield just falters immediately under the sheer power of these cuts. That just went right past the shield. Nice by Landsknecht. This is what Tarna does really well. That leg cut was beautiful. Landsknecht just going ham with Tarnowski, which I love to see. This is actually a matchup where I would favor Tarna, I think, because of the angles of the cuts that he's capable of utilizing. Landsknecht is actually limping. That is a kind of a quirk with the HEMA mode. I think it's a little bit of a bug. He's probably going to be... Actually, he recovered, so that's good. Kind of interesting there, but I think it is a good thing that he did. I think, yeah, I recall if you score another flag, strangely, the limping goes away. It's really weird how it works. Oh, Info was doing the... Info was doing the fucking combo grab input move, and it did not work very well. Oh my god. I was not even sure what she was doing at first. I was like, what is that? It just looks so buggy. Oh my goodness. Oh, and Landsknecht's tired. Yeah, that's a free flag, but I have to say Landsknecht is still doing really well for points. He can get away with making a lot of mistakes. And there's a two flags actually. Oh my goodness. Fun fact, by the way, that cut actually is designed to, that combo I should say, is designed to bypass the guard, but once you throw it, you're forced to commit to it, and you get very exhausted afterwards. So it does have a lot of drawbacks, but if you're not careful and you do not punish it right away, you actually can have your guard just bypassed by it, so. That is by design, that's not a bug. There we go. I do think the health usually resets, but sometimes the leg health does funny things, so you get the limping bug, but I'm not sure. In theory, it is supposed to reset, though. I don't know if it always will, but it's theoretically supposed to. But bugs are always possible in this game, as we all know, so it's by no means impossible. Nice push there by Landsknecht. I keep wanting to call him Tarnowski because he's so well known for playing the character, but he's playing Tarnowski masterfully right now. Sidesteps, there we go, and a bit of a trade. He's probably going to be limping again, but he did get the point. And, you know, if he... Yeah, there we go. He got kind of block stunned there by that combination and was a little static because of the limping, so nice opportunity to plant that flag. Landsknecht still with his foot on the gas pedal, but he's not trying to give away flags for no reason now. He's still trying to be relatively precise despite that. And a nice sidestep. Nice, and Info went for a push, but was too far away, so perfect punishment there by Landsknecht. And what can I say, Landsknecht is showing us an absolute masterclass with this character. Info a little bit less experienced with Marina, but still trying to make something happen there, and does land a nice hit to the head. But there's a push instantly. Getting a flag right back. And there we go, punishment of that flourish, and there's another hit for Landsknecht. Bunch of cuts there. Lanchknecht has to watch that stamina. I do think sometimes the stamina also doesn't quite recover fully, but that's just the nature of the mode. It does reset though when you get hit like that, so sometimes it's almost better to get hit, depending on what the score looks like, just to reset everything. But you gotta be careful giving flags away. Push! Ooh, but info backed off just in time this time. Lanchknecht going ham, but he aimed at the shield side this time, which was a little bit of a mistake. Hesitates to finish it there, and info does land a hit. And a nice dash in by info. Lanchknecht not long guarding or beating it in time. Info with some taunting there, but does pay for it. And info is forced to sort of cover up, like if you're in a boxing match and you're on the defensive, sort of constantly guarding your head. Not a place you really like to be in this game, but info actually does manage to score some flags right back. And there's a bit of a pause there. Just make sure they can both move. I don't know what's going on with Lanchknecht. Info seems good. And I don't know what's happening with Marina either. That's a really funny bug there in the HEMA mode. Maybe info is moving back and forth. That might be what's going on. Just slightly back and forth. But I don't know what's happened to Lanchknecht. He has not said anything. Maybe his internet completely cut out. Let me check if he's in the parsec at all. He is, so I'm not sure if it was the internet cutting out as such, but it could be in the process of doing so we might lose him still. We will see. We'll give Lanchknecht some time to reconnect, but if he doesn't reconnect, we will obviously resume this fight. Okay, there we go, he's here. Okay, he was moving. Alright, he's good now. Nice sidestep, perfect punishment by Lanchknecht as info overextended just a little bit. And yeah, that flourish is not the best move, especially once you figure out how to deal with it. Lanchknecht takes it 30 to 21. Thank you for competing, info. There were some entertaining flags there. But Lanchknecht just went bananas and it worked, so what can I say? Lanchknecht is still a force to be reckoned with, especially with that Tarna. Okay, now we have Synth against Apostle, which will be very interesting. And we're making pretty good time with this tournament, noting that, of course, double eliminations do tend to take a little bit of time. They don't... Who's Prince Halwachi? That is definitely not Apostle, so... There we go, that's Apostle. Somebody just tried to click the link. I don't know who that was. Okay, Synth on the left, Apostle on the right. If you think about it as well, if you do a double elimination and it's 3 rounds total, like the amount of flags you end up spending, it's not quite 30, of course, it's less by a fair margin, but it's not that much, different in the grand scheme of things as far as the time spent, so it makes sense that, although the 30 flags does look intimidating, just given the nature of the mode, it makes sense that we're making good time. That's Isabella there. Again, I didn't really see the other character. I think he was contemplating Denise there. But he does not go with Denise, he ends up going with Yazuk, which is a pretty good pick here. And already there's a flag for Apostle. Nicely done. But a little bit of a wide move there gets punished with Isabella. And a nice B cut. And another hit there. It's actually a really close fight so far. Synth coming back to life a little bit. But Apostle with some nice sidestep. That's a great way to hit Isabella, is to aim at the sides of her face, just like that. But Synth keeps delivering flags right back, so it is by no means clear who's going to win this fight. They are both going at it. And the sidestep this time, a little bit of an overextension, got punished by that retreat cut, which is something Isabella is actually pretty good at. And that was a messy exchange, but it is a double, which makes sense. And nice. That attack is very underrated, and Oak has started throwing it more. That long guard cut that reaches really far. It looks a little slow, but the distance that it covers more than makes up for it, especially off of a parry. Or to punish an opponent who's made a mistake in the distance. Nice snap cut again by Synth. Synth is really good at landing these shots. In fact, I wonder if Isabella would have gone better against Venator earlier. It's tough to say, because that YY would have still obviously been a problem, and Jan is still a really good character to use against Isabella. So, I don't think it's really clear if that would have gone better. The Samuel pick certainly made sense. As well, I just think Samuel is a little bit outmatched sometimes against Jan. Nice hits in the hand. And the snap cut doesn't quite land, it was interrupted there by that cut. So the sting was taken out of that attack, and Apostle really aggressive there, gets the flag again. And that's where the aggression in this mode can really pay dividends. You can get a flag, and then you can instantly get another flag back if you are sort of immediately attacking the opponent right after the reset. So that is always... So that's what I mean when I say you have to be ready to respond at all times in this mode. Your brain cannot afford to just shut down. If that happens, you will start giving away flags left and right. Especially against an opponent who's trying to be aggressive. And like I said, I'm not saying this mode is better than Sharps, of course. It's just something new. And I think it's a really, really fun way to switch things up. And credit to Venator for trying this out way back. If he didn't do that, then this mode wouldn't be played very much. It would sort of just be sitting there unused. And as we speak, Apostle is starting to make a major comeback. Apostle is a master of all sorts of Saber characters, so I'm not surprised he's a competitor here. He might be a bit of a dark horse, actually. Bit of a sidestep by both of them, but Yazuk beats Isabella to the punch. Yazuk does a great job of guarding Isabella's attacks and getting in close. Double flags are possible, but I haven't really seen any yet. At least I believe they're possible. Maybe something was fixed, like I say, but I'm not aware of a fix to that bug, so. I will not assume that it's been fixed unless Google confirms it. And we confirm it, because Google has made mistakes before. Marina continuing doing the flourishes. What do you mean? If you mean the move just playing out, it was working exactly as intended there. It was interrupted when she got hit, but otherwise it just keeps going, as it should. Combos are not interrupted by the reset, and they shouldn't be, because usually the damage is disabled when that happens, right? So it's just the one hit that scored and that was it. So there's no bug there, that's just how her move works. Even if it looks strange. Once you commit to the flourish, you're completely committed. You can't cancel it. Your opponent can cancel it manually by hitting you, but that's it. As far as damage translating into the next flag, I'm not sure if that actually happens, but maybe we should test that just to see. I know the limping thing can happen, but I'm not sure if that's actually damage being transferred or if it's just the limping state not being reset. But, you know, again, it's totally fair not to like the HEMA mode as much. I'm not saying I like it more either, but it's a really nice change. Yeah. It's still a totally fair opinion to have. I wouldn't obviously make HEMA the main mode or anything like that. But every once in a while, nice to switch it up. Yeah, so it's totally fair not to like the mode quite as much. Anyway, back to the fight. Synth has actually made a little bit of a comeback. It might be a little unclear at this point because the disadvantage in flags is still there, but Synth has made it a fight, and it's actually been difficult for Apostle to maintain this advantage. Variety's good nonetheless. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that's something our events, I don't know if our events have been missing it as such. I think we've had plenty of that. It's more that the game, I think, itself has been lacking variety, if that makes sense. Like, we just haven't been getting a lot of updates lately. Certainly not updates that wow us. We got Yaka, but, I mean, Yaka has some issues, so that didn't wow us so much. So, I think a lot of players right now are looking for that next update to really blow our minds and get us back into the game, but it just hasn't happened yet, and it's questionable if it will happen in the near future at all, unfortunately, but ooh, very messy exchange. Synth managing to stay in the fight though. Eventually though, Apostle's pressure is way too much. You can see he was leading the fight that whole time, so Synth was having a lot of trouble making much happen. And unfortunately for Synth, it looks like Apostle is now converting that advantage to a much more decisive one. So, although I would not call the fight just yet, it's certainly not looking good. As Synth moved right into that cut to the head. And Apostle is keeping up the pressure of those speedy cuts. It's very difficult for Isabella to cope with. And that's a double, but Synth still probably does not like to see that. That means that her opponent is able to land hits past the guard and continue applying pressure. So at best, the double grants a little bit of a reset, but it doesn't actually benefit anybody. There's a hit though by Synth. Synth's still trying to be precise here, not giving up. I really like how she's approaching this last bit of the fight. Regardless of what happens, I think it's a very textbook way to try and make the comeback. And you can see Apostle is actually slowing down a bit too. He doesn't want to give away more flags, as he has been doing. Obviously not intentionally, but oh, somebody might have accidentally paused in the middle of that. Try not to do that. Yeah, all good. Just a reminder not to press the pause button every time you score a point. I know that's something we do a lot in the regular mode, but you cannot do it here. Apostle does get it anyway, though. It was a pretty decisive advantage. I think it was 30 to 22. Yeah, 30 to 22. But a great try by Synth. I liked what Synth was trying to do there. It's just Apostle was a little bit too much with that aggression. And if there was some lag, that might not have been helpful either. But regardless. Now we have Grid Square against Landsknecht. We're going to give Apostle a little bit of a break here. I know the fight is technically next against Oak, but we're just going to give Apostle a break after his fight. My fight against Venator comes after these two fights in the loser's bracket, which I'm sure will be a nice back and forth. There's a distinct possibility that Venator or I for that matter, in these pro fights gets a decisive advantage as well and runs with it. So that's something we both have to watch out for. It's not likely, of course, but it could happen. So we got to stay locked in this whole time. Okay, Grid Square is here. We're just waiting for Landsknecht. Venator did announce his tournament, by the way. If you guys want to join the final night of events for the month of July, the Olympics, make sure you join. Announcement is in the announcements channel on our Discord. Only two masters of Hellish Quart can play HEMA. Yeah, that is, of course, that's part of the mode, right? And I understand not liking that. It's obviously very different. Arena control, or board control, if you want to call it that. Or you could just say controlling space. In some ways, in HEMA, it's actually more important than the base game, just because of where you end up as a result. The flag can change the fight a little bit, but that's why you have to be in the zone the whole time to respond to those sorts of messy situations that you might not want to be in. But again, it's a very different dynamic from regular mode, so it makes sense that people might also not be terribly used to it. I don't see Landsknecht at this point, so we're gonna do Oak against Apostle right away. So it's funny that I kicked Oak and we're just gonna let him back in so he can fight, but that is what we were doing. Sometimes, like I've said though, people in the corner can actually be kind of dangerous actually to close down, because they will fight like caged animals to get out of there. Or you get some people who like fighting in the corner because it means you can't sidestep them. So suddenly you're being stabbed a bunch as you're trying to close them down, and maybe the lead that you had previously is now evaporated. So It's a very dynamic mode in a lot of ways, and there's different ways to play with the space that you have. And yeah, like Venator's saying, like just constantly moving, especially if you're using a rapier, is pretty important. That's probably one piece of advice I'd give people who are struggling with controlling space is just move around as much as you can. Even with sabers and other weapons, it's good advice, I would say. All right. Oak on the left, Apostle on the right. Yeah, as you should. Map positioning is very much part of the mode. Flag star of 2 in measure. Yeah, I understand, Sim. That's fine. I'm not. It's funny because we've had people complain about stuff a lot in recent times, and now we have to tell each other, "Oh, we're not complaining. It's all good." Yeah, don't worry. I'm not upset at all by any of the constructive criticism. No, it's not a big deal. Yeah, you're not ranting about it. You're not, so that's fine. And goodness, Oak is just demolishing Apostle right now. What happened? I just looked at the chat and then I came back. and Oak is up 8 points. Or 7 points actually over the 1. I should say. I can't math apparently. But Apostle scored 2. But Oak is just going ham. Text is terrible for conveying things. Yeah, that's true as well. Sometimes the tone is not always communicated, but I know you're not one to just complain for the sake of complaining. That's fine. The bugs though, yeah, sometimes yeah. We gotta tell Kubold about them, even if he won't listen. Eventually he might read one by chance and fix it. Okay, Apostle is starting to get his footing back, but even if it proceeds like this, if Oak's just scoring the odd flag here, their Apostle moved to the left, I think, so that hit his hand. Again, Barabash is pretty vulnerable to hand hits, so any change in angle like that can put you at risk of being hit. But, of course, Barabash can make up for that weakness by using his explosive sidestep, so he definitely has ways of mitigating that disadvantage pretty well. Reset legs, yeah. Ideally. We would allow that. Goodness, Oak is just going ape right now. Perfect exchange. I think Oak is just so locked in for my fight. Like, he's in top form. He does not want to give up this tournament. Because our fight was, like, Hall of Fame worthy, I dare say. Like, it was that good. Gotta make peace of how the game is and deal with it. Yeah, for sure. That's kind of how I'm feeling about it at this point, too. Like, because as you guys know, I've been taking a break from hosting regular tournaments for a while, but I don't know if I'll host super often regular Hellish Quart stuff, but I just kind of felt the desire to do so after seeing Venator come back, and I've been having a blast with the game, so as long as you're aware of the limitations of the game, it's not that big of a deal. And I still have fun fights, especially with the correct settings, so some newer guys also inspired me to practice at least a little bit more so that they don't demolish me in tournaments. Because they are, some of these new guys like Griffith are getting really good. So, Abir as well. I gotta give a shout out to Abir. I know he's not active lately, but his Barabash, when his mind is in the game, is peak. Oak is 2 flags away from taking it pretty decisively. I think Oak is very used to this matchup as well, so he knows how to immediately threaten Barabash's defenses. And Apostle might not be used to Oak's patterns, whereas I am, because I know him so well. So I think Oak was just imposing his pattern on Apostle throughout this fight and making it very difficult. Especially once Apostle started making mistakes here and there. So it was a rough fight for Apostle, but thank you for competing all the same. There's still no question in my mind that your Saber skills are up there, Apostle, so keep at it. Oak is just, you know, absolutely goated with Yazek. Absolute demon with the Saber, always has been. So it's a tough opponent no matter how you slice it. So these things happen, but it's not the end of the world. Let's see if Grid Square is around. And Landsknecht. Bugs are endearing in some weird backwards way. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Gonna get water? Okay, that's fine. We're not in a massive rush. Just thank you for letting me know. And once we're done this fight, we'll move on to round 3 in both brackets. With round 3 in the winner's bracket deciding what will happen in the loser's bracket. A reminder as well that technically, I know this game's been out. Well, not out properly, but you know what I mean? Like, it's been on the market for a while. But, technically, it's still early access too. So, you know, you always gotta keep these sorts of things in mind as well. It's kind of a meme at this point, a lot of games, like they're early access for a long, long time. But hopefully Kubal's cooking something with his updates. I think most of us are just looking for new characters, if anything. Like we're not gonna see, like, I don't think realistically a fix to dynamic muscles for a long time, which is fine. Because we've sort of come to accept that Kubal's not gonna back down with that update. He's gonna keep going till it works, so that's fine. But if we see some new characters, I'm sure most of us will be very happy with that. So, especially if they're good. We need some good new characters, like a new Longsword or Swiss Saber or something interesting. Anyway, you both need keyboard as far as I'm aware. Grid Square on the left. And Landsknecht on the right. Let's see it. Isabella, Grid Square does play quite a bit of Isabella, so I'm not surprised, actually. We'll see how it goes up against Landsknecht's Tarna. His Tarna has been really good, actually. I think the Jakob match that he did against his opponent was a bit of a fluke there. A Cuban it was, I forgot his name. But no, it was Cuban that he fought. But yeah, I think that was more him going easy against Cuban and not a demonstration of what he's actually capable of. So now we're gonna see him at his strongest against the up-and-coming rising star in Grid Square. There's a hit there for Landsknecht. A little bit messy, but he did get it. Oh, he's getting tired now. Gotta be a little bit careful. Nice, B cut to the arm. Thrust attempt, nice, and it actually bypasses the guard there. Nicely done. Landsknecht showing some ways to hit Isabella. The stabs to the hand actually a little bit underrated. Obviously you have to be careful trying to stab Isabella. Just by the nature of how the character's built right now, she's very good at attacking the center and defending the center. So she has ways to instantly blade beat you if you're not careful. But the hand is nevertheless a very viable target. And Landsknecht was demonstrating that well here. Nice, there's a cut by Landsknecht. Nice, sidestep there, hitting the hand by Grid Square. Not a move you see often, that sidestep Y, but it was a great moment to try throwing it here. Usually it's not the best move for Isabella. But there are situations where you can tag the hand out of nowhere. Good exchange, and that results in a double. Landsknecht a little bit too eager to throw a cut. But I do see what he was going for, and sometimes taking risks like that with Tarnowski works really well. Because you win the trade, and it doesn't much matter that you sort of were a little bit sloppy, but you can get away with that because of the power that Tarnowski commands. Right? A little bit of a cut after the pause, but that's not Grid Square's fault. It was just the pause came out of nowhere. So, no worries, good sportsmanship. Lagging so much. Okay, just let it pass, and then long guard when you're ready. Grid Square seems good to go still. Alright, well I have it on 1080p, so I don't know why it's doing that, but anyway. Yeah, some of these people seem to have issues with their hardware not being able to keep up with mine. I'm not sure what I can do to fix that because I made it 1080p. You guys might notice the slight difference. It's not that big of a deal. 1080p is still HD, of course, but it is a little bit low res compared to what it used to be. It's nothing, of course, that matters, but nevertheless, there's a difference. I don't know why their PCs can't handle that, but they should be able to, I would think. But yeah, it's something on their end with their hardware, Landsknecht and Synth. They don't have particularly powerful hardware, so it might be, I don't know. Anyway, we're back to the fight. Internet is not. Yeah, I don't know which it is. It's one of those things. Good exchange there. Upcut, but there we go, the retreat Y for grid square. Big slashes there, but Lance Connect. He might be overthrowing a little bit, but actually he gets away with it in the end. Good aggression. This time, though, it doesn't pay off. You do have to be a little bit careful throwing like that. But it is back and forth. Anybody's match still. And actually, Lance Connect with some great aggression does manage to get an advantage out of that. Nicely done. Another one bypassing the guard there after the push. But there we go. Grid Square scoring one of his own. Big splashes. And a punch. Lance Connect just making it messy. And that's all you have to do with Tarnowski sometimes. And Isabella really struggling to block those cuts too, as you can see. If you get around the guard just like this, by attacking her face, you can actually get some surprising hits in. Especially if she's trying to, obviously, do stuff as well. But this time, Grid Square stays locked in. And is able to defend, but this time these sweeping cuts do land on the hand. A punch again, and then there's a cut. Nice by Lanchneck. A push. And there's a hit. No kill just yet, though, and there's another one. Nice double. Ooh, nice hit. And Grid Square, although he is on the back foot, he is scoring some flags right back. It might not be as simple as Lanchknecht is hoping it will be. Big cuts by Lanchknecht, does score a hit there. And then there's a thrust to the arm, nicely done, bypassing the auto guard. But there we go, Isabella can stab as well. And high guard, nice punishment there. We haven't seen a lot of high guard from Grid Square, but perhaps in this matchup it's actually a useful tool. Venator likes using it a lot regardless of the matchup. But obviously, everybody has their own way of using Isabella. It's not necessarily wrong to avoid using it. But me personally, I at least would try to fire it off a few times. There we go, stabs bypassing the auto guard. Both fighters having to be careful of that. But there we go, Lanchneck throwing a bunch of attacks and provoking Grid Square into throwing one of his own, which resulted in that. Flag there. A double. Double. They're both just going right for the kill, but Grid Square is a bit faster on the draw this time with that upcut and the combo. The push is punished, but Grid Square is being pressured. He has to get out of that corner. That's the thing, if you're stuck on the ropes like that, sometimes you have to, it's up to you to move around and get out of that situation. Sometimes you gotta lock in with your guard, not let your opponent bully you like this with the pushes and stuff. And that's a double. Lanchknecht needs one more. It's kind of terrifying, actually, against a character like Tarna to be down flags like this, and that's it. Landsknecht with excellent pressure does get the flag in the end. But great try to grid square. Very tough opponent. And Landsknecht will fight the loser between me and Venator. If Venator's ready, we will fight straight away. If Venator's not ready straight away, that's fine as well. We can always do Radzer against Cuban. Just keep in mind, for those who are still participating, Venator here, excellent, no surprise. But just for others who might be late, we only have so many fights we can do, so just try to show up ASAP to ensure the tournament moves smoothly. Venator is here in good time. That's not to point Venator out or anything like that. It's just for other people's information, since we are getting close to the end of the tournament. Nice. I'm gonna go with Barabash. I could use Yon. I have had success with Yon before, but I think just sticking with my main is probably the smart play here. Good luck. Alright, good fight. And I saw you trying to force that YY editor. It's not gonna work. I'm telling you right now. No, good fight though. That was good. But yeah, it just goes to show that even if there's a move that can sort of bypass guard, there's usually in this game a way around it. But very good yawn all the same. I had to stay locked in there. If I did not, you were definitely gonna keep scoring flags. So very mentally taxing fight. I know it might not have seemed that way given the score, but it absolutely was. It was tough. You're trying to bait me into back Y, but wasn't fast enough. Ah, so the combo was just going. I see. And you weren't fast enough to back Y, one of the two. I see. Got it, okay. But then you ended up committing or over committing with it too much. I see. No, GG though. GG. Okay, what was that score? 30 to 22, was it? I'm looking at it back now. Yeah. I think it was 30-22. There we go. Yeah. Obviously, again, the points aren't super important. I just like to have the score recorded in the tournament as well. Alright, Cuban against Rabzig. And Venator's gonna have to fight Lanchknecht, and that might actually be a tough one, because Lanchknecht he's been making a lot of his fights really messy with Tarna, but that's what you want to do. And if that happens, Tarna has a very clear advantage. Yeah, I think the problem with that Jan can run into, by the way, in that matchup against Barabash is that Barabash sometimes, because he's faster, especially with the upcut, he can tag Jan's hand about just as easily, I would say, as Jan can tag his hand. So up close, Jan can have issues where if he whiffs, say the YY, his hand can be just wide open to get hit every single time. So being able to whiff punish in this matchup is super important. It's still a matchup where I would favor Jan personally, but as you can see there, if Barbash plays his cards right, it's absolutely possible for him to. It's not like the difference between them is astronomical or anything like that. It's not that big of a difference. Rabzig on the left, Cuban on the right, just FYI. And Rabzig, you do have keyboards, so go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, ironically, the losers bracket is looking more terrifying to me right now than the winners bracket. And that's not to throw shade at Cuban or Rabzig or anything. It's just, like there's a lot of old veterans there. So it's a tough bit of competition. Just select anyway, it's fine. We can always reset the sides. It's not a big deal. That is one feature Kubold added relatively recently. It's been a long time by now, but relatively recently he did add this feature, and it's really nice to have. And by relatively recently, I'm pretty sure it's like 2 years or something, which is crazy, but that's the development cycle of this game, and it's what we expect from an early access game with one person. But anyway. Enough about Kubold. Let's focus on this fight. And by the way, Kubold's animation skills are great. That's not at all taking that away from him. He knows what he's doing with that. And the mocapping and stuff. And I like his vision for the game too. Regardless of what bugs or questionable modes there might be, etc. Anyway, Radzig got a first flag there. But you're seeing a Marie mirror, which is interesting. Radzig does play a fair bit of Marie, so in theory, they have the advantage here. But we'll see if Cuban can close the gap a little bit. I like some of what I saw from that Marie. I think he was fighting a weaker version of Lanchnet, so maybe it was... Maybe we didn't, it wasn't so clear what he was capable of against the sort of more competent character, but so far I'd say he's showing some really good fundamentals for Marie. Even in the Marie mirror. A bit of taunting there, it actually pays off as Radzig runs into the point. It was a trade, to be fair, it wasn't one-sided, but it was a trade that favored Cuban, and I think partly because Radzig moved into the stab, so... The way damage works in this game, for those who are not aware, is it's mostly just raw numbers at this point. There's actually not a lot of physics that goes into how much damage is done. It's just, this damage does X amount of damage, that's it. Assuming it hits perfectly. So grazes can reduce damage, but otherwise the moves just deal raw, like, damage values. But there are some physics mechanics that can influence the damage a little bit, such as moving into the attack, because the force goes both ways when you do that. You're essentially moving straight into the force of the attack, and so you're getting not just the force of the blow, but your forward sort of momentum against the attack. I probably explained that poorly. There's some physicists out there who will rip me a new one over that, but that's pretty much roughly what's happening. And so if you're moving into an object that's already moving, the forces are sort of increased. Every action isn't equal and opposite reaction and all that other fun stuff. So it's like Mountain Blade. It's kind of simplistic with how damage is calculated, but there are some things like that in the game. And that's an example of what I would call a physics mechanic, but it's not actually physics as such. The weapons, obviously, when they interact, there's a lot of physics going on. But once the damage is calculated, there's actually not a lot of physics calculation left a lot of the time. It's just, did it graze or not, yes or no? And if it grazed, it'll do less, significantly less in fact, and if it hit properly, it'll do full damage. And I'm not saying that system's perfect, but the original system in this game used where velocity was the only thing that mattered, had its own issues as well, so... In some ways it was good, in other ways it led to some strange issues and some awkward balancing, I would say, especially with the snap cuts, but... That's not to say it wasn't fun, especially in 2021 and 2020 when it was a new game. It was absolutely incredible just to see a game like this when nothing like it really existed beforehand. Except like Bushido Blade perhaps, but that's really old. Back to the fight though, very even, and I have to give Cuban credit for keeping up with Radzig, even though he's a bit behind. Keeping up with an opponent with this much experience over him is not easy. And like I said, the Marie fundamentals, I don't know if he's practiced with other players. I think I saw him in the PvP lobbies. But it's obvious that he's been labbing Marie a fair bit. This isn't somebody who's just picking up Marie for the sake of it. This is somebody who's deliberately using certain combos. And even trying to taunt the opponent here and there to see if they'll bite. Which, I hate to break it to Cuban, but a lot of experienced players will not take the bait, because they see exactly what you're trying to do, and they're not going to fall for it, but... It is still a good way to spell on the opponent, and occasionally it might work. That's why low guard is done as well. That's basically the whole idea behind it, is that you're ready to go if the opponent moves in, but you're also leaving an opening as an invitation. You don't want to use that guard if you're actually in range of being hit, but it's a nice guard to sit in out of range. And Isabella has a similar thing with that too, and actually her low guard is quite underrated. It's a bit niche, of course, you don't want to use it all the time, but I do like hanging out in it sometimes and then launching attacks from there. Especially that upcut to the hand that she has, it's really nice. And a bit of a double there. 17-17, really impressive by both players. Nice back and forth, and the blade away there. Nice control of distancing there by Cuban. That's what I mean. Cuban really seems to understand the basics of distance management here. Just to confidently taunt like that, just out of range, knowing that he's safe, shows me that he has a pretty good understanding of that. Even if he might be making a couple mistakes here or there, he's definitely doing a lot better than a lot of new players tend to do. The small mistakes here and there are probably stuff that Marie mains could pick apart, but the fundamentals, in my opinion, seem to be there. Yeah, dashing into that stab a little bit too much. I get what he's going for, of course. He's trying to apply pressure, but you do have to be a little bit careful. It's very easy to run onto the point of the rapier by accident yourself. Some more taunting there, blade away, but gets punished eventually. Nice hit there by Radzig. Nice flag void. Doesn't quite capitalize on that. Well, eventually he gets the kill anyway, but there was a moment there where Radzig seemed to recover. Nice, he gathered the blade there with that one thrust there, but didn't quite get the kill. That was still really nice. By Cuban. Cuban getting a hit. Looks like Radzig might... Actually, they both are starting to get a little bit tired. But they do recover. And Cuban dashes in, but eats a cut to the head. Those cuts from Marie actually can kill. Although the rapier obviously doesn't specialize in cutting, so it is slow on the cut because of how it's balanced, and its blade is not designed for cutting. If you get a big cut to the head, you can still kill the opponent. Or score a point in this case. Because in a real fight, even if that doesn't kill the opponent, that's going to rattle the head, it's going to cause a lot of bleeding, and it might, even if it doesn't kill the opponent outright, it will still lead to the end of the fight if it's a decisive hit, especially to the head or neck. And you know, a cut like that to your fingers, that still wouldn't feel very good. It would not take much to cause you to regret holding a sword and fighting. Particularly with sharp blades. In this case, obviously, we're scoring points, but, you know, it still doesn't take much sometimes to end a fight with a cut. But if you're hitting the body through cloves or something, then obviously the rapier is not going to do a lot. If anything at all. Actually, Cuban is starting to make a bit of a comeback. A bit messy, but Cuban's still keeping the pressure on, which I like. Does eat a bit of a graze there that took out some stamina and some HP. And there we go, eventually Radzig gets flagged back. But it's 25-25, really intense fight. Love to see these close close matches. Triangle there, but the dash in by Radzig was perfect to counter that. Gotta be careful throwing that triangle naked. Oh, and a cut to the head there after getting grazed. But Cuban still scores a flag. It's not over yet. Oh, and Cuban's tired. Nicely done by Radis. That's because of damage accumulated over time, which does lower your stamina pool and makes it easier for you to get tired. It also makes it easier to get through the guard if your stamina is lower, and your damage can be reduced. So you get debuffed pretty significantly if you get hit like that, even if you're not killed a lot of the time. Something to be aware of. Blade away again. Nice dash in by Cuban. It's by no means over. I'd say it's anybody's at this point. Literally 2 points is all Cuban needs. Nice, Cuban with the cut and then into a thrust. It looked like he was giving up control in the center, but he capitalized on the fact that Radis overextended just slightly. But there we go. Cuban also overextended there, a little too hasty with the dash in, and unfortunately for him, Radzik took it, but a very close match between these two. And I like Cuban's style. He likes using the low guard, he likes using blade away, and he likes baiting the opponent in and dashing in when it looks like he has an opening. I think sometimes, though, he was giving up control of the center a little bit too much, and it allowed Radzik to get a few of those jabs in that allowed Radzik to eventually take control, even though it was such a close contest. So I think just a little bit more controlling of the opponent's blade, especially with the rapier fight, might have benefited Cuban a bit there. But it was close, as we saw there. It could have been anybody's fight for sure. Venator against Landsknecht if they're both ready to go. Let's get these two in here. Yeah, that's just the mode. Sometimes you're able to close in and apply a lot of pressure. And I get the stamina thing, but that's just how it is. Okay, Venator will take the left, Landsknecht will take the right. Although this is HEMA mode, I do suspect there will be blood here. It will be a brawl between these two fighters. Technically, we're not supposed to draw blood, but there might be some blood drawn this time around. Venator's going to have to lock in a tough opponent before him. Although Venator's probably the favorite in most people's minds, Landsknecht has been tearing shit up. So I could totally see it going either way. Oh, why? Nicely done by Venator. Snap cut. A little bit underused by Jan, it has to be said. It's a bit more complicated as an input. So a lot of people don't throw it, but he does have the snap cut as an option, not just as the back Y, but a static snap cut just like Barabash has. Although it is thrown a little bit differently, so it's not quite the same. Why? Landsknecht walked into it there. Gotta be a little bit careful. Landsknecht is possibly having some problems, I don't know. It might be the hardware issue again, in which case I don't really have an answer other than waiting it out. Because that's on your end, whatever it is, if that's the case. Lagging, alright, well, we'll let it subside in that case. Alright, good luck with the VPN. VPNs usually make it worse, but I'll let you try all the same. I cannot promise a VPN will work, but I'm willing to try if that's what you need. Venator going ham. Oh, except they both trade. Jan has quite a bit of HP, so he might be able to get away with a little bit of that. Yeah, it could just be Parsec being weird too, guys. That's not something I can control. But Venator seems to be doing fine as well, so. Ooh, a double. Double. Venator's still ahead. It's been quite a back and forth as far as the cuts, but I think Venator's just a little bit more precise. Nice hit to the hand. As Lanchnet tried to go in there for a cut, but he was beat to the punch. Very smart usage of that move by Venator today. He was using it against me as well, and there was one really nice flag he got with that. That's an underused move by some people, I would say. Lanchnet going ham, and eventually does score. The YY was acting a bit strange there, but Venator still got it. There we go. Yeah, sometimes it, like the first hit lands and the second one doesn't for some reason. It's a really strange one, but that's why I don't have a big problem with it personally. It's, if you throw a move like that, you're putting yourself at risk as well. It's not like you're invincible or anything like that. It has its drawbacks 100%. And I'm not saying there's no bug there. There is a bug, I would say, but again, lots of moves do similar stuff, so it's just the game. And Venator is still, like, you can see this right here. He's very precise with his shots, and Lanchknecht is struggling to keep up. But he does score 2 flags back to back. I obviously would not rule him out. There's another one. Venator has to stay locked in. And it is messy, but he does get it. Nice by Venator. A cut. There we go. Venator's back in it here, getting some flags back. A bit of a wooden sound there. I'm not sure what that was about. I think it's because it hit the hilt, but that was still weird. It sounded like we were in the sticks mode there. Maybe that's some quirk with that Dewsack that Tarna has. But there's still a hit there. There we go. Lanchknecht is still in the fight. And there you go. This time the YY was actively blocked. That is one way to stop it. Yeah, Venator has to be careful. That's a circle of death that Lanchknecht is creating with those cuts. He moves forward, and there's another one. Yeah, Tarna is a beast. I don't care if anybody says, but Tarna is absolutely a threatening character in the meta. I'm not saying he's the best character, but he has some pretty damn good strengths. Obviously the weaknesses are there too, and he can suffer from them, but he's absolutely a strong character. And I actually think he benefits quite a bit from this mode, because you have to stay locked in the whole time. He can kind of brawl with you, so you have to be really careful. But Venator is not about to just let this go Lanchknecht's way. There we go. YY as Tarna also Tarna. Lanchknecht went for a cut. I called him Tarna. But all the same, that's what the character did. Sidesteps there. Venator's ready, keeping distance. And I almost called him Tarna again. Lanchknecht is a little bit out of measure with those cuts. Good exchange between these two. The YY, Venator just, yeah, making it messy at just the right moment, which can be risky against Tarnowski as we've seen, but in this case it worked really well. There's great timing on his part, regardless of the combo. Like, you could have done the same thing with YXY, I think, and it would have won a flag for Venator. That was just great timing on his part, and that's the key, is that's allowing him to get this lead back, I think, is the precision of his moves. But Lanchknecht is clearly trying to create chaos, and when that happens, that's where Venator starts having trouble. It's still not easy. Venator's not about to let Lanchknecht take some flags off him. Nice pressure with the YY. But this time, he actively parries the chop. And there we go. A trade there that does not benefit Jan. That's why Venator has to be so careful in this matchup. The stab was a decent idea, but it also leaves the hand open, so any sort of trade will not benefit Jan a lot of the time. Yeah, a bit of a lull in the fighting as they both sort of reassess. Venator obviously not wanting to give this up. There's a flag for him. Now, he's in quite a good spot, I would say, being one flag away from getting the win. Plus the fact that he's been successfully applying pressure against his opponent. It does feel like Venator is still ahead in the grand scheme of things now. Although it was looking a little hazy at first, I really do think he has the clear advantage here, unless Lanchknecht can think of something creative enough. But the snap cut as Lanchknecht dashed in was perfectly placed, and Venator does take it. But a good effort to both opponents here. Venator was just locked in. But I appreciate that Tarnowski style I saw from Lanchknecht all the same. It was a tough one for a lot of people. It defeated some pretty tough competition pretty handily, I have to say. Sometimes there's blood effect in the HEMA mode. That's interesting. I don't think we've seen that yet, but I believe it. I know especially in the regular versus mode that can happen. It might. I know it, and I know there used to be a bug in training mode to that effect as well. I don't know if it was HEMA, but it doesn't surprise me that stuff like that happens. It is indeed pretty funny, though, I imagine. Especially if you get the gore effect, that'd be pretty hilarious. If there was a bug with Tarna where you get the gore effect, and your arm starts dangling off after a flag. What if it stayed that way too? Like it makes you think, what would happen if a bug like that triggered? I think you'd have to sort of reset the match at that point. You'd have commentators yelling like, "Stop the match!" Like that one instance in the UFC where they were just yelling for the fight to stop. I forget the exact fight because I'm not a big UFC fan, but I remember there was one where they were yelling for just essentially yelling constantly for the match to stop, and the ref was slow to to respond to whatever it is was happening. Venator probably knows what I'm talking about. Okay, Oak on the right side, Cuban on the left. I'm sure Oak is not going to underestimate his opponent, but we've seen before he's very precise with the pressure that he exerts, so my advice to Cuban is to stay locked in. Like, we've seen Oak walk over some pretty... Oh, whoops, we're in the wrong arena. One moment, guys. I might have picked it just on impulse, or stick with the same characters, obviously. We usually pick that void map for the new players who are not aware, so on muscle memory, it's quite possible I pressed it or somebody else pressed it. Just go with the same characters again, and we'll go with the gym map. That might have been my bad. I honestly did it so robotically if I did it that I didn't notice, so... But there we are, we're in the right map now. It doesn't matter that much, but this one's a little bit bigger, and I think it fits the outfits these characters are wearing better. Double. Ref do something, his arms off. Just imagine. Nice triangle. Okay, it's 1-1. So far, it's not looking as simple as Oak might have been hoping, as it's another double. Oak is taking hits coming in. He's got to be a little bit careful. But I'm sure Oak will find ways to adjust. So Cuban, if he stays locked in like this, it's not looking bad. But Oak is the type of guy who's able to adapt to just about anything, so... Ooh. Cut. I think Oak did a retreating cut after the thrust out of measure, and so his arm was open. I think, or even just the recovery frames of the thrust might have left him open too. Thing is, Cuban does not consider his own safety. Well, he might be in for a rude awakening if that's the case against Oak. I do get what you mean, though. He ran into some of those attacks a little bit too readily last fight, but he did do great, to his credit. Like, he was doing fantastic with his baiting and his dashing. Just wasn't quite enough to overcome Radzig. Double. And a bit of a... It's very messy from both of them. But in these sorts of situations up close, the Saber will tend to win out, obviously, because it is a closer range weapon. And I think Oak is starting to take control now after feeling the opponent out a little bit. Ooh, the double lunge. Nice overbind there, allowing him to get past the long guard. That is why you have to watch your spacing against Marie sometimes. Long guard is the counter to thrust, but it is not guaranteed to always stop stabs, especially if Marie is able to get close. It's not a 100% block mechanics with stabbing. It's the physics still matter a lot as far as the interaction of the weapons. Okay, 11-11. It's still very much a fight. Showing that Maria is very much a viable character in the current meta. We haven't seen a lot of her either, actually, lately. A lot of people don't play Marie lately, but that doesn't change the fact that she was buffed earlier, so she is definitely a viable character. Oak is having to work pretty hard for this one. And even then, it's not guaranteed he'll win. He moved into the double lunge there, so naturally he got hit. I do get why, though, of course. He's trying to close the distance on the rapier and get a clean hit, which he does manage to do here. There you go. Nice cancel the double lunge, actually, by Cuban. It didn't pay off, but I like that he's trying to do stuff like that instead of just throwing it naked. Ooh, the dash in. Double lunge, but Oak replies with a cut to the head. It was done from too close, so Cuban not quite able to get the kill shot there, but this time he does. Big slashes by Oak, but a beautiful sidestep by Cuban. There we go, hit to the head though after the blade beat. That's the best way to blade beat rapiers, is to immediately land a cut right after doing so. If you know that, if you have a follow-up right away, blade beating is very useful. Nice cut to the head. And another cut there. Powerful hit there by Oak. Although it is still very much a fight, it's not looking very good at this point for a Cuban. I think Oak has done a great job of adapting. The Cuban missiles. Nice. Another hit. And there's another hit. Yeah, Cuban being a little bit too reckless, and Oak is punishing him every time. Ooh, but this time I stab for Cuban. Yeah, I like that. The Cuban missile was by Venator. For the double lunge move. Ooh, and Oak just goes ham with the blade beat and then follows it up. There we go. Nice sidestep cut actually by Cuban. Cuban's still determined to fight this one out. That's a double. Gotta be so careful trading with Yazuk like this. It will not go well every single time in a game like this. But this time forces it right to the groin actually. That would hurt. Nice hit. And there's one from Cuban. We've seen crazy things from Marie in this mode before, so I would not rule out Cuban scoring some more flags. Oh, but this time he got way too close and Oak instantly punished him for it. But a great try by Cuban, a really tough opponent, and a great debut for the new player. So nice job to Cuban. And I hope to see you in future events. We got one on Friday, and then we also have the USFC on Saturday, which I will announce later. Probably on Friday, I'm thinking, because I don't want to crowd the announcements too much. So I'll wait probably for Venator's event to conclude, then I'll make my announcement. So Venator, if you're cool with this, I'll have you fight Oak now. I know sometimes we do the top semifinal fight at this point, but I think it's better to do it in order. So I'm gonna have you fight against Oak. Hopefully Oak's okay with that as well. I know that means Oak is fighting twice, but somebody's gonna have to fight multiple times anyway, so. Forget to announce it. Imagine. It's not impossible because I did obviously do this one, so. Although I haven't forgotten yet, it certainly is not outside the realms of possibility. Alright, Oak is here. Didn't notice that. Yes, you're on the left, Venator. Yeah, I don't think I pinged you guys in order, so that's my bad. But you are on the left. Hey, we can get straight into the fight, I think. This one will also be pretty intense. Both of these fighters are at the top of their form right now. And they're both going with sabers, which I like to see. Good exchange so far, nobody's been hit. Which goes to show how skilled they both are. Venator slipping in that thrust, but actually Oak takes it, which I'm a little bit surprised by, but these things do happen. I'm assuming Oak hit the head, so that's probably all there is to it. And again, the YY does funny stuff, so, you know. Sometimes it doesn't land quite the way you hope. Now, this matchup tends to favor Jan, I would say. Probably more so than Jan versus Bara. Oak has figured some things out as far as dealing with Jan when fighting me, but I do think Jan's options, both at range and up close, are actually very difficult for Yazin to deal with. Plus the fact that Jan is a bit better at trading because of his HP. And it's a pretty clear reach advantage. But Oak is Oak. He's able to adapt to just about anything, so if he makes the fight messy and he closes in, he's definitely capable of winning this fight. And Venator knows it, so he's gonna fight at the top of his game. Okay. As much as I would love to commentate this fight, I will be right back. I have to go do something real quick. Alright, I'm back. So far, this fight is not disappointing me at all with how intense it is, how technical it is. You'll notice when these veteran players are playing against each other, there's a lot more exchanging going on. Obviously, the fight is chaotic, and so there will be some trading. But you'll notice when like Venator and Oak are fighting, there's a lot of back and forth parrying and riposting, which is quite a bit different from what you see with some of the newer guys. And it just goes to show how evenly matched they are. And obviously that type of thing comes with practice, and some of it is the type of weapon you're picking too. Like if you're picking Rapier, you're probably not going to be so much exchanging with the Saber as you are stabbing the Saberist first if you're winning. Or if the Saber's winning, they'll just be determined to close you down. So part of that is also the weapons at play. Saber by its nature has a lot of exchanges. That's really the Saber game plan in this game. You can do single tempos of Saber very nicely as well, but I would say the parry riposte game is probably the fundamental thing you have to master with the Saber. 16 to 16. Snap cut by Venator. Nice exchange again. Perfect demo of what I was just talking about. And I like that because it's really easy with HEMA mode to get overly aggressive and sort of wade in and start throwing attacks mindlessly. But they're still respecting each other's attacks. They're still understanding that it's very easy to give a flag away. And that could spiral into several more flags if you're not careful. And it doesn't mean they're not being active, it's the total opposite. They're actually probably being more active in some ways than they usually are because of a mode. But they're still respecting each other's capabilities. Another exchange. Doesn't lead to much at first, but that back Y inserted at just the right time. That was the game plan Venator was talking about earlier. Baiting the opponent in and then getting that back Y. You have to be careful spamming that back Y, of course, in the Saber mirror, but that's not what Venator's doing. He's actually timing it really nicely to ensure that his hand is not a target at any point when he's throwing it. If you just spam it with Yawn, your hand can quickly become a target. But that doesn't mean it's not a good move. It's absolutely a very formidable move. Oak capitalizing on Venator being tired there. Nice exchange. Nobody got a hit out of that, but then Venator slips that thrust in. Oak with a thrust of his own. There's a double. Venator trying to secure that hit by getting in close, but it just was not quite enough to secure a kill, and instead was a double. There we go. Oak is coming to life here. It looks like he's putting his foot on the gas pedal. Although Venator did score a flag right back, so I'm not sure this means Oak is going to win. But it's definitely a good sign for him that he's starting to get a clear advantage in the score. Finally caught alive. Welcome, Puke Woodgie. Or Puck Woodgie. Hope you're enjoying the fights. We've had some brilliant ones in this event. Yeah, it looks like Oak is starting to figure Venator out here, and he's just going ham. It's become very difficult for Venator to come up with counterplay. There we go, nice thrust to the body, no kill. And this time it doesn't connect. I think Oak actively parried it with his cut somehow. And there's a double. Even still though, I think the cut to the head would have probably traded favorably, so. Just given how headshots usually work. Oh, nice. But Venator, it was a messy exchange, but he did lead the exchange, and eventually he got it. Puck for short is fine. Nice. Ooh, and Oak, yeah. As soon as Oak gets the hit, it's over. He knows how to instantly capitalize on that. Very nice usage of Yazic's combos, and he got a pretty decisive lead in the end, actually. So nicely done. But Venator certainly made it a fight. He has nothing to be upset about, despite the score difference. Oak was just on fire. Thank you for competing, Venator. Love to see you in this event. I was actually hoping to see you here as well, because you're obviously the one who started this trend with the HEMA event, so I decided to host this specifically with you in mind, so I'm glad you showed up. Alright, Radzig against me now. We don't have many more fights to do. And the loser will fight against Oak, and obviously, for instance, if Radzig fights me and loses and then fights Oak, Radzig will have to fight again, so that's quite a bit of fighting. I understand that's gonna be pretty exhausting, especially in this mode, but that's the stage that we're at this point, so hopefully everyone is fine with that. There's a high potential that any of us could be fighting for a very long time. That's me included. And hosting's exhausting, so I totally, I totally do feel that these fights multiple times in a row can be quite draining. I'm on the left, and Radzig will be on the right. You have keyboard control now. Nice. I'm gonna stick with Bara. Isabella, nice. Glad to see some more Isabella. Good luck. Yeah, good fight. It was tough to get stuff to land on that Isabella. That was great. All right. Really long one, too. And now I'm back to fighting Oak. It's going to be a tough one, but that's how it is. All right. Let's get you in. Was that a double point? I don't think so, actually. Sorry, Oak, I was just checking. No, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure. Because it looked a little weird. I don't mean to pause in the middle, it's just, I didn't want to keep playing if we had a double point and then benefit from that, so. Shame that we have those bugs we gotta watch out for, but I think it's good from what I saw, so. Yell at me if it is an issue, though, at some point. I'm more than happy to replay a flag. Yeah, if I miss something, I can miss stuff too, so just let me know. In fact, I miss stuff all the time, as people know. In fact, I did not change the name, so just for those who are confused, I'm fighting Oak. Nice, nice. Anyway, you probably won't get much commentary from me, I just want to check in. Yeah, that was legit. It looks like 2 hits, but it's 1 that's counted. That's good. I think, anyway. And good fight, Oak. I think I overthought it big time towards the end, and you did a great job of trying to punish me there. That was, man, if I lost that, that would have been pretty devastating. But great job. No, the comeback attempt was deserved. And yeah, there were no double points. It looked strange, but it only counts the one, so I'm glad that's working properly. Sorry about that pause. I just wanted to make absolute sure that we had none of that going on. Great job with Yazek. That was tough. Yeah, yeah. It felt like I was just, I don't know, in the zone. I was surprised, but then something changed. I started overthinking it, or I don't know. But you started just going ham. I think some of those flags as well. I was sort of. It's not even that I was overthinking it. It's that I was overzealous to get the kill because I was ahead by so much. So great job. With a couple of those, it felt like that's what it was. In HEMA, you really do get these marathon fights, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned much of that, but Radzig was fighting me for so long, and now I've got to do like 2 of those to win. So, just a reminder to the viewers and to Radzig, how this works at this point is in the finals, the person who stayed in the winner's bracket essentially has not lost any lives, so they get 2. What that means is that I have to win twice to win. Radzig has to win once. If I can spell Radzig correctly. And yeah, I didn't switch the names at all. I just was too focused on getting into the fight, so that was funny. Obviously, Oak was not, or Oak was the one fighting there, so. Should be obvious to anyone who's seen who he plays, but still worthy of note. Radzig, you're on the left, by the way. You should have keyboard. Let me double check that. Yeah, you have keyboard. You're good to go. Just click the screen if it's not working. And then... Okay, what am I gonna do against Isabella? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try mirroring. It's a little risky, but I'm gonna count on my experience with Isabella here. Hold on, what? Your keyboard died? Ooh, okay. That's not very good timing, but I'm sure you can plug it in or something. Use your laptop keyboard? Alright. Yeah, you should be able to do that. Good luck. Great job this tournament. Definitely a well-deserved win if you win it here, but I do not plan to allow that to happen. Good fight. I just couldn't get anything to land. You did great. Good fight. Yeah, just nothing was landing, so. Obviously that's on me though. I gotta figure something out, and Radzig won, so that's all there is to it. Great fight. Radzig won the tournament, and a well-deserved win too, getting through all those marathon fights. Thank you for everybody who competed today. It was a great event overall. Lots of amazing fights and Hall of Fame contenders. And with that, I'll see you guys next time.